How you doing, guys? I just read a funny tweet before. Okay, so Club Penguin is coming back, right? And they have a domain name, website for it. newcp.com. Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna go over well. Happy Friday. Hope you guys are doing well. More Redlock, as you can imagine. And I have my generic cola back too. Super sale this was. Let's make some good progress today. We have this last section of level 6 to do some block out for. Although we kind of have to finish up the middle section today. Why are those flickering? I don't know. We have to finish this up because we need to get the player over here. We kind of need to decide what this is. And how we get the player up there. We can brush this off as like a mining elevator. Some emergency thing. Or even something that was previously closed and meant to be filled in, not used anymore. But because this whole level is still kind of under construction, this is what we're looking at. Biggest question is what are we doing here? What is this supposed to be? I don't know if we want to use the mining elevator excuse again. I wouldn't. We could say this is not the main elevator at all, but like some maintenance or cargo elevator. So it could be larger. That could work. In which case we'll just make this like really wide or something. Right now it should be 2 mannequins wide, but we can bump it up and further. Or roughly like 2 with some wiggle room. I don't know what I just pressed. I don't know what I just pressed. I pressed something. I don't know if I should have. Where would that go up to? I'd have to lower the size of this a bit. But I think that's connecting up. Actually, I don't know what this is doing. Oh, this is the main one. Unless we want the player to be able to walk a bit further. I don't think it matters. But having them walk a bit further would make some things a little bit easier for us. We'll see that the cargo elevators around here. How you doing, Jim? Happy Friday. Hope things are chill with you. Remove. And I think it's already added it. If we want to override the scale, we can. This might be way too large. Be fucking big. We don't do a validation check on that? No, we don't. Okay. Can fix that. I'm gone. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. I mean, I think it's it doesn't really matter if it's super centered, but it should be lower for now. We're gonna have to replace this with a proper elevator. This is just placeholder elevator. I'm not gonna take it too seriously. Climbable, sure, doesn't matter. World up vector 2 meters a second. If we want, we can make this smoothed. We don't have to let the player... No, we shouldn't kill. That's not 2 meters a second. Oh no, it's, you know what it is? I think it is 2 meters a second. It's just that it's F interped. And because it's so long, this is just what the curve looks like. Okay, we're not gonna F interpret. We're not gonna do that. Two meters is not enough. What was this one at? Was this at 2 meters or 4 meters a second? 4. Alright, we'll double it. Maybe that was my issue. Yeah, because it is long, isn't it? It's 190 meters right now, and it actually needs to be taller. I kind of want the player to have to come in through the bottom of the plant. Well, I don't know how much space that is. Okay, but if the lore reasons, if this is like some cargo elevator, we could say that like something is wrong with the chain and it can't go all the way up and the player has to escape through the rest of the shaft, like jumping through it. That could be kind of cool. That could be kind of interesting, just like a short little elevator shaft area here to get up to the open doors. But then again, I don't know what the player would climb on in an elevator shaft, right? Because it's not meant to have anything special apart from maybe a ladder. And our climbing and mantling system is not the most robust for extended lengths with that. Let me take a look. Let's take a look. Cargo elevator shaft. All right. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I have seen some games do the Sorry, I thought I had to sneeze again. One of those days, huh? I've seen some games do the alternating, like, you know, sections here that you'd have to jump back and forth between. That could be kind of interesting for a few minutes. If we design it in that way, it could be kind of interesting for a few minutes. Let's give it a shot. I do kind of need to know how wide this is then. Let me grab one of the platforms. I don't know where we put the static mesh, but I can probably find it somehow. I don't have a default mesh anywhere here though, do I? There it is. Alright, this should be 4 by 5. Yeah, it's big, but it makes sense for the size of it. Like a cargo elevator. I'm all for it, and then we'll place that at this route. I know exactly where it is. We should move closer, shouldn't it? Doesn't have to be perfect. We'll just use the gray to make the shaft for now. I mean, ideally it would be wider, right? By a pretty decent margin. I wouldn't mind if it feels a little claustrophobic, but I don't think we're going to be able to succeed in that tremendously due to the elevator itself being large. The shaft too is going to be pretty large. I think that's decent. Let's center it on this. In the same spot. We'll trim it here. Pull it like that. And that to me feels pretty decent. Go like that. That. It'd be cool to get some lights in here. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Pretty lined up, actually. I kind of had it. Okay, it's good enough. Good enough. Don't touch it more. I have to make two sections here. I have to make the one for the door and then a one that is in between the doors. Go like this. Copy this over. I mean, as it's a cargo elevator, definitely this should be tall. Gotta let machinery through it, right? Realistically, it could probably be wider. But I'm also not going to worry about that for now. I like to make it just something super simple, alternating handholds or like you know, like these places on the side. If this is the shaft and we're looking down into it, you know, I'd like to alternate these so that the player can theoretically jump in a, you know, a clockwise or some kind of direction in order to move up slowly. And the player could fall. You know, shit happens. If we want to be a little bit safe for demo testing, we can also move. We can move this down. Because if the player gets pushed underneath that moving platform, it will push them through the world. If they have nowhere to go. How's it going, dude? Cold day in Poland, huh? Cold week. Where was this temperature when it was actually December? Okay, so that would allow us to fall, but then we could always come back up. So let's design this first. Let's design this pattern in a way that can reasonably repeat. Although I'm a little worried that I'll do it wrong. We only need to make it twice though, because then we can just copy and flip the walls. And it actually only needs to be on 3 of these walls. Unless we want to put it on the edges here, but I don't think we need to. I think just these 3 walls here. They are going to feel larger though than I'm giving them credit for. Doing all season tires with winter ones in my trunk. Oops. Yeah, there's a lot of ice though right now because everything that was wet before froze. It's gonna be -11 on Saturday. Oof. We do want it to stick out a bit, enough for just reasonable standing without it feeling too limiting. Yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe in order to make this more, let's say, standardized, we should use guidelines. Really only for height, though. Oh, hold on. Right, those should all be the same height. Let us... normalize the Z. Okay, that'll be good. In fact, we will set that to something 30250. Will enable a snap on 50. As long as we can build one of these, we should be able to just copy and paste it. Your parents-in-law was minus 17 about 2 days ago. Jesus. How you doing, Ray Rummy? Happy Friday, guys. We have some cool plans for the weekend. That's good. It's a good amount of space. The jump height of the player is about 200, right? But it should probably be 150, so 50. I can't. Jump height's 200 off the ground. That's not max mantling height. Maybe it is. Okay. If that's the case, and that's 150 up, right? 200 up. No, 250. 250 up. 150 up plus the 100 that it has to go up in the first place. So 250 up, which means that if we place this 500 up, that's the next bit to go. Okay. I got it. I want to center that. Do our scale. Realistically, we can jut that out the same amount. Or at least mostly similar. That should be on this wall. Yeah, but the player can't stand underneath that, can they? Like, you wouldn't be able to jump here. We're okay with that. The player just has to do that. I'm not against it. My only question is if we were to take all this here. Do I still have that selected? Alright, hold on. It's being a bitch. Did it really grab ultra dynamic sky and weather too? Sometimes it's really annoying to do the multi-select. Well, we shouldn't have to do a free drag, should we? Because I think we set these up to be snap. Fine. Yeah, okay, so the main question is, can the players still jump up between these sections, or is the spacing off? Doesn't seem off, actually seems pretty good. Might be a little bit larger of a jump, but not to the point that the player can't do it. Well, that's a good thing. Ooh. I have vertigo going. Alright, that's fantastic news. We'll copy that over. Assumedly, it is similarly within the wall. It looks like enough for this first plane. Alright, delete that. This wall can remain the same, but what we'll do is I'm gonna group these. Okay, I think I have it all. Yeah. We shall group those. Let's go all the way to the... Well, let me make a duplicate. Because we need the same thing, but with the front gone. So quickly ungroup. And then group these. Hey, Z-Spawn. You confirmed that Ready Player 2 is a stinky pile of garbage. Ooh. Apparently there was some game show last night. Showing a bunch of new trailers. I don't know if anybody watched that. I did not. Let me just set this one in the right location first. BS. No, it was like called, what the fuck was it called? Like New Game Plus or something? New Game Plus Showcase. What is this thing? 4 hours long, but only 1 hour of actually new trailers. Jesus Christ. What did they even show? Blind Descent Deep Dish Dungeon. Why do I feel like that's absolutely based off of Dungeon Meshi? Blood of Dawnwalker, Beautiful Light, Project Shadowglass, Aphelion, Distant Shore, Bretagne, whatever the fuck, French, Dragon Twin, Atomic Heart, Final DLC, The Cube, Exakiller, I know developers of this, Far Far West, Erosion, Alpha Response, Last Man Standing, Sand Raiders of Sophie, Dark Light Survivor, Nested Lands, Tape 101, Unawake, Densha Attack, Sprint City, The Eternal Life of Goldman, Core Keeper, game already came out, Dusk Fade, Shadow of the Road, Starfinder Afterlight, Where Winds Meet, Dino Blade, and Crimson Desert. We're all shown here. Heard of many of these games. Hey, Uzanachi. But some of those are early access coming to full release. Not Core Keeper, right? Wait, is Core Keeper still in early access? I thought that fully came out. Maybe not that one, right? Maybe some of the other ones. Okay, this one is fully out. I guess maybe they're making some DLC or something. And it just doesn't show DLC on here. Or maybe it's coming to a different platform. Sure. We can watch some of these later if we get the chance. I did see one already. I saw Project Shadowglass. A lot of people are getting pretty hyped for this. I have reservations about that one. Mainly because it's a bunch of store assets that are shoved into a level. It happens a lot, doesn't it? I suppose that's fine to put there. Oh, you know what? We should copy this one down, actually. Let me do that. And we just need a bottom on this. You see that a lot on like Kickstarter scams too, or maybe we should just say like Kickstarter slop, where they will take basic engine features and they'll try to pass them off as their own fantastic creations that players should be excited for. Combine that with a bunch of store assets and sell it as a game. Yeah, I'm okay with that level. The gameplay for this isn't even going to be down here, but the player could technically fall, so we have to have something there. Delete those. Snap. And this should line up pretty damn well with that. Only thing we need to increase the size of is this wall. What kind of game am I working on? Type in !game. And you can read a little bit about it. And we're doing the initial block out for the first level. I tried to get my wife to play this last night, and you know, I told you guys, like, she does not play platformer games. She sucks at them. She hates them. The timer said 8 minutes, and she had gone as far as here and couldn't make this jump. The start of the game. I'll show you how long it takes to get to that part of the game. Under optimal circumstances. That was not I was mimicking her. Nah, I just fell. It took her 8 minutes to get here. No, I played it at home for her. Loaded up on my home computer. Alright, good enough. Good enough for now. Let's scale this up. Normally the cargo elevator would go up to... Well, let's put a ceiling on it. Probably like about here, right? Because this will be the water synthesis plant. We're gonna stop the player at about here, saying that there's a malfunction, and the player's gonna have to platform up the elevator shaft, up to the doors. and then into water synthesis. But theoretically, the player could fall, so kind of have to put some level all throughout. That's a good point. Good point where it could break. If we want to simulate that for the sake of pre-production, prototyping, I could tell the elevator to wait on end. But if the player falls to the bottom, I'd have to just make a quick blueprint that tells this to come back down. This should be pretty easy to do, though. Alright, where is it? Tell it to delete that for a moment. Wait on end. Let's make a really basic blueprint for this. Level 6 cargo elevator. Add in a box collider. We only need begin overlap. Hey Forrest, what am I doing? Like right at this moment, or what are we doing for the stream? Do I have a function to grab a specific spline of ID? I don't think I do. No, we don't. Okay. We'll do it the simple way then. Burned out worked on new base human mesh with texture. Get burned out doing it? Don't get burned out. That's not good for anybody. I'm not gonna put this into function, so we'll just do a break. Be part of the config. No, because I can't get a macro. I'd have to. Hold on. What did I call the... valid row data. Well, actually, are the spline events part of the platform data? They must be, right? Yeah, they are. Good. I'm gonna do a break just so that we can hide shit that isn't necessary. Two days of artsy fartsy stuff. Yeah. Doesn't that bother you? Those don't line up. It's always bothered me. My blood boiling. Alright, this is just temporary, so I'm not going to worry too much about getting it like organized. We need to make a proper elevator, but right now we're just using our moving platforms as elevators. I'm going to do a very, very simple hard code of the ID. Q key to line them up. I never thought that worked with the auto snap. Thanks, Kodashi. How you doing, by the way? How was your year? How was your new year? We need to tell it to... Oh god, what do we have a custom... Let me see what we run for this. Let me see what we run for this. We need to specifically just tell it to start, so resume platform movement, what we need to call. How's stuff going? Stuff is going great. The general excitement for the new game is pretty high, which is good to see. That's some early validation. That's positive. Partied in Chicago for New Year's? That's pretty wild. Well, not even just motivation. People seem to like the idea, which is arguably just as good, if not better, than the motivation to work on it. I mean, it's good to have both. Good to have both. But one of those is financially motivated, which is always a positive. We need money to survive as a business, right? I think that's enough to hard code it. I think that's good enough. I don't know where we specifically want to place the box. I have an idea. I think I know a good place where we can put this. In fact, I'm going to place 2 of them in a way that I think will ensure that we're not blocking the player in any way, or the player can accidentally trigger movement on it. Because when the level starts, just because we don't have a proper elevator yet, why does this look curved? That trick of the light. Maybe not. It looked curved to me. Maybe it was just the perspective. I think we're okay. We tell it to wait on start, but we put one of these in the middle. And we're going to scale the box throughout. That'll mean if the player falls, we can restart the elevator. A very dirty implementation of this, but it should work. Or the lumen flickering too. We're gonna light this up a bit more so that it's not gonna have such artifacting. Oh, chipping away at a personal game project for 2 years. Testing only with friends. Plan on making it public finally. And fun. Want to check for outside validation. Well, that is exciting. Can you talk about it at all? Been keeping it silent even from me. Any good gifts for Christmas? Yeah, I got some nice gloves. Some nice winter gloves. Some bath salts. Candle making kit. A Lego kit, that was nice. We're gonna be replacing ultra dynamic sky and weather too. So any like fog issues we don't have to worry about. There's no atmosphere, so there's no atmospheric fog on our planet. So basically that will get stuck up here, but should the player fall, because the player will have to climb up from here. But of course, you know, anything can happen. But the player will hit the... That's annoying. Oh, I need to move the bottom up a bit. But the player will have hit the uppermost collision box, which should start this resuming back down. imperfect solution, but a temporary one until we get a proper elevator. Arcadey management game inspired by Overcooked and Crazy Taxi. Well, that sounds pretty cool. Lumen's noise is so annoying. Right? The one good saving grace about having a level that's mostly lava here is that I don't actually end up with too much lumen noise in this area. A little bit initially on the first scene captures, but after that it's not too bad. But we haven't done any optimizations or tweaking yet, so hopefully we can get that fixed up. Many moons from now. I should have set up little lights first in this. I should have done. Nope. Yeah, type in !game, and you can see what it's about. I can always copy these back up since they're grouped anyway, so why don't I just delete these that don't have lights, now that we know that the general idea is fine. And we'll replace them. Alright, let's see here. Make a working light. You know what? I'm not going to place a working light because we need to test if the lighting works. Looks nice. I think we'll try to place some on... If I place them like here... They don't need to look good. I'm just going to use boxes. If I place one on the midpoint of each section, is that enough to light up the whole section? Let's see. You like 3D platformers? Well, imagine a game, a precision platformer, so something like Only Up, but with an actual story and goal. And some optional content. It's a bit more casual friendly for people that want it, but also has hardcore and speedrunners options for those individuals. But it's a lore strong, hard sci-fi precision platformer. If you don't care about lore, you can skip it. If you do care about lore, I think you'll be in for a treat. Yeah, and I think the scope is controllable. We do plan to go to early access, so we're going to release at least this level 6. So all 3 of these sections are part of level 6, and potentially level 5, the next level, in early access first. Hopefully starting to generate some revenue by quarter 3 this year. I think one light could be enough if it was in the middle or on the opposite wall. I don't want to do too many in close proximity, but it is also just a prototype. Just the block out. Let's try not with lights, but with emissive materials. Let me give it a shot. We'll do 2 cube. I should not have deleted those lights. There we go. We're gonna get some smearing, of course. We intend for that not to be the case eventually. You could do like light strips. Those could look kind of cool. A lot of noise. A lot of noise. To be fair, the more we place, the less noise we'll get. We could try like it's still really noisy. The motion vector's having a hernia. The temporal history just must look horrible with this. It's just a block out. It doesn't really matter. It's just a block out. How's it going, Frozen? Just a block out. I think those are pretty good for now. Until we have a more proper solution for this elevator shaft. It's gonna cause a lot of temporal noise at the moment, but we're just gonna have to live with it. Okay, let me duplicate. Move that up there. I'll quickly ungroup. And we'll move this down. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the solution with that, but that's a later problem to solve. It shouldn't diminish performance significantly, it'll just look like shit. Yeah, we do need to pull this all the way up. Maybe one more. Well, yeah, one more. Or we can just move this down a little bit. Works. The noise isn't great, but that's not bad. It would probably actually be more expensive if we used proper lights instead of just letting the emissiveness handle it. Especially if we try to use box light. Ooh. Let's go and say a unicorn. I need to... I just realized where those are. I don't care if they clip right now. I really don't. But I do need to make sure that the player doesn't clip into them. I kind of fucked up. I should have done that before I copied all the groups up. Okay, give me a sec. One moment. That is a long way up, and you know what's worse is the next section is going to be about another kilometer that we have to go up in the shaft. I was initially going to just gamify the distance, but... Why is that? Is that saying it's not in a group? Okay, that's the separated one. It is long, yeah. It's gonna be pretty big facility. You know, what are we looking at? These first two levels are gonna be the longest in that way. So we're at about 2.5 kilometers up to level 5, or right at the moment that we start the game. We need to go up about half to, I think 750. I think I said it's a 750 meters to level 5, and then another about 750 meters up to level 4. Then we start, you know, it's 500 meters, 300 meters, 150 meters. So there will be a lot more horizontal platforming in those levels. But these first couple are going to be, there's a lot of verticality. And I don't really know how to solve it best apart from just doing some elevators now and then. We'll take it as it comes. Just because, like, there's so much packed into that, you know, right underneath the crust of the planet, but then of course they need to do a lot of deep planet mining, and that has to take place at a lower level, deeper into the mantle. Oh, the woes. No collision. And then we'll just connect all these up again, group them up. I think that's everything. Oops. I got that bottom group in it. And there's a gap between it. Hey. Why do you do this to me, game? There shouldn't be a gap. Okay, grab those. The lights. This. Move it down a little bit. Control G. Grid. Okay, there should be no gap here. All right. Up we go for a third time. This is the first time I've ever level designed this game. Or product, I should say. Those should be better now, without collision. They're a little bit silly that they're clipping, but I just needed lights. Better than placing a bunch of point lights. Good enough for me. Oh, I went past it. Like, wait. Okay, so this will be the exit. So we'll take the... or what was initially supposed to be the exit. Put it that way. copy those up. Ungroup, delete. I don't really know how tall it was, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the player gets stuck here and has to platform up the rest of it, but it's a pretty simple platform. And you know what? I like exactly how it is now, where the player actually should have to climb all the way up and jump across if they can. It is a long jump, but very doable. Or they fall, which would suck, but like, hey, if you don't like it, don't do it. If you don't like failing, then just simply don't fail. I mean, that's just par and course for the game, right? It's a precision platformer. You gotta get used to some failures like that. Slow ass elevator though. Might speed it up a little bit. Maybe. I'm gonna look at the wall for 5 minutes. Yeah, this feels like it should be in like some From Software game, right? You're going down to the Siofra aqueduct. This is very much a From Software elevator right now. I mean, lore-wise, it probably should be long. I 100% think there's something we can do to make it feel better. I don't think that's part of the level design at the moment. But we will make note that this should be not annoying. This is where we get stuck, and there would be a little announcement on the elevator saying, "Hey, idiot, you can't go any further, so have fun." And I think we'll like open up the top of the elevator or something, or there would be some boxes in here that lead up to a emergency hatch, and then you can start platforming in the shaft. And that it should be easy up here. You know, I don't want to make the player have to do the elevator over again. Just that if you fall, you know, that is what you'll have to do. I don't imagine I want to make the elevator. I mean, you also, I will say this, you have a pretty big safety net here if you do fall. So if we want to make some of these sections have been damaged by the rock burst, you know, a couple gaps in here. Think of it like the Kaled Tower in Elden Ring. I think we could do something like that. Just maybe not as, you know, angled. Because there is supposed to be a reason why the elevator gets stuck here. That could be one of the reasons, is that the shaft has been damaged and the pulley gets stuck, or the counterweight gets stuck at a certain point. Whatever we do, the player has to climb their way up, the rest of it. And I think it looks pretty good. Rock falls on elevator. That sounds scary. I can do data layer for this. A little bit worried there for a second. Section 3. Do we need to do anything with section 2? Or are we pretty much okay? I think we're probably okay. Oops. This is technically not part of section 3, but this is just our we need it to be here block, so we can just delete that. We only know this is the water synthesis section of Redlock. So this will be mostly facility with a few, you know, there can be like some collapsed structures in there, right? Because of the rock burst. But it should be mostly facility architecture, and I would like for the player to end up at the top of the water synthesis area by the end of it and out into the main Redlock facility. You know, think of like a massive ventilation shaft. That's kind of what this is, right? The main shaft of Redlock. So think something like this, but much, much larger in diameter. And it looks like that, straight from the surface of the planet all the way down to about 3 kilometers. We need to enter that again because the player starts having fallen down to the bottom of where they were mining to the new area. Which we can say started about here, player fell down this far, their exosuit saved them, but it's quite damaged. And, you know, this area opened up with the rock burst. They were doing some mining down here, and, you know, they've opened up this passageway. That's why there's a little bit of a squeeze. Right in this section. This kind of opened up. But then the fully structured shaft will be pretty much visible and climbable. Or not climbable, but I should say visible here. And it'll be mostly facility architecture from this point onwards, except for a few smaller sections. Okay, just kind of rubber ducking my way through that with you guys. Where's my mannequins? For scale. Attack of the broken structures. I do see a lot of like opportunities that I'm missing here, but they're not really like level design opportunities. They're more little things we can add for environmental storytelling or level art. Audio logs we could add. Which is a good thing, you know, we'll fill that out eventually. But I kind of wish we were at the stage where I was adding them. Just because they sound fun. But we can start doing some of that after first playable 1 when we're going to deepen the mechanics a bit. And then first playable 3, milestone after that, where we will start to add in some of that additional lore and clean up the level a bit, you know, start adding in the proper meshes. And then once we feel good with the meshing, we can start texturing that out, then touch the lighting, and it'll all start to come together and feel like a proper cohesive experience, even though it will just be that vertical slice level. Ideally. Hopefully. I have no idea what this part of the game should look like. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what water synthesis should look like. I don't know how big of a facility. I want it to be big, but I don't know if it would be big. We can stretch the truth a little bit. You know, I'm sure there's gonna be large tanks, right? Because it's the water synthesis. You know, we could say like water synthesis and storage. Water treatment is in another part of the level. That'll be in the next, that level 5. So that'll probably have some tanks too. Just a tent. It's just like some beaten down stainless steel pot where they boil the water. What do water facilities look like? I don't know. Like, I mean, we don't really do like water synthesis, right? What did I write for the lore? I have somewhere written. It's not on Utrecht, but it's written somewhere that they... I wrote somewhere how they're getting the hydrogen and the oxygen to do water synthesis. And I don't know where I put it. Fuck. It was from the mining. Tizadar, thanks for the raid.
Tizid raided my stream with 13 viewers.
How's it going, guys? Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. How was your stream? What were you working on today? I assume you're another game developer. As you know, we always support each other, right? You know, people build a fancy facility in a dwarf planet. It's not a dwarf planet. The star is dwarf, but it's actually, this planet is 1.3 times the size. Something like that, 1.3 times the size of Earth. It's larger than Earth, I know that for sure. Welcome, Raiders. We're doing a level block out. And I am trying at the moment to determine what our water synthesis plant of the level should look like. And I don't know how we're doing it. Usually doing game dev, but was working on some stream redeems and stuff today. Oh, cool. You can tell me about your game if you want. Go for it, start yapping in chat. I don't remember. I had some specific way how they were pumping the oxygen from somewhere down. And the hydrogen was coming from somewhere else. I don't know where I put this. I gotta have this somewhere. It wasn't here, was it? I had started to write it and then I forgot. Like, well, this is the year 2284, right? This is sci-fi, but we still it is hard sci-fi, so we still need a We need a believable way that they were generating hydrogen. And I can't remember what I had intended, but the oxygen is coming from somewhere and the hydrogen is coming from somewhere. And they were doing the water synthesis there. I think something was coming from the geothermal power generators, but it can't have been the hydrogen. Oh, you're just in pre-production? Or ideation? Current project that I'm releasing soon is a tool for Twitch chat control games. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. So a tool for it, but not a... Or are you going to make a game based on that tooling? Or games based on that tooling? I can definitely say obviously as a streamer too, there's a very large lack of interesting streamer games with like chat integrated. Are these earth transplants? What do you mean by that? And some of the rocks that make water too and water too. I could look at what we were talking about. I could go back to the stream where we were writing this. I just don't see how hydrogen or oxygen would be a natural byproduct of the geothermal powering. We'd have to pump water down there, but it could be dirty water, right? Because it just needs to be made into steam. If we're assuming that they're just using the lava as simple, you know, to power steam turbines, which is probably what they would be, I would imagine. And that can also then, okay, so it probably shouldn't be dirty water. It should probably be hot water. Or water that is like drinkable, but then they use that to make hot water. As a bit of a byproduct. We would need to add some pipes down in that level 6 geothermal area. Oh, you're a tool dev by trade. Very nice. Not planning to make a game out of it directly. It's just like a tool you well, I'm very curious to see it whenever you make some good progress on it. Yeah, it's a hard sci-fi project. You can type an exclamation point game to see a quick blurb about it. And we're hoping to get a Steam page up, I imagine, end of Q2 of this year. Somewhere around that time. Are these natives or settlers from Earth? They would be settlers. There's no natives here. There's no aliens in the universe. I mean, some of them could be like colony children, right? But they are all humans. There shouldn't be any byproducts of the geothermal plant. They would have to pump the hydrogen and oxygen down. We could say that the oxygen gets created and trapped from level 2 habitat and hydroponics, because that is where the oxygen generators are. So the oxygen itself is pumped in from level 2, because we do want a lot of pipes here, right? It's a very pipe punk. Well, thank you for the follow, thank you for the raid, and I'm glad that you're interested. You know, it's verification that the idea is interesting and goes well with the type of gameplay that we're going for. Well, it's good to hear. Thank you for saying so. Where's the hydrogen coming from? Are there any, you know, minerals rich in hydrogen? Maybe not minerals is the right word. Oh, That's what it... I think I know exactly it now. It's offshoot from the forge. It's offshoot from the forge level, where they separate the hydrogen and they pump the hydrogen from forge and the oxygen from hydroponics and habitat down to that level to do water synthesis. I remember now. It's all coming back. Yeah, you're right, I need to write that all down. Because I will forget again. It's gonna happen. Hydrogen. Sent down to level 6. Water synthesis. What happens at this plant? This is a mining facility. This is a mining, although they do have some R&D. They have some forge and smelting going on there too. It's a bit of an all-in-one, but they use these facilities as means to both do research as well as primarily extract very valuable materials from planets, and that's their function in the galaxy. It's not a plantation. They're just growing tobacco down there. We should say though that water synthesis was hold on, let me take a look at this, because we need explanations for this. Yeah, hey, have a nice rest of your day or night, and thank you for the raid. It was really nice meeting you, and I'm curious about your projects too. So, by all means, let's keep in touch. Yeah, so the accident that causes it is a rock burst during mining. Spontaneous, violent failure of rock that can occur in high-stress mines. Although mines may experience many mining-related seismic events, only the tremors associated with damage to accessible mine workings are classified as rock burst. Planet crash? No, it's a mining accident. They were trying to rush down further into the planet to mine the selenium, which is very valuable in the galaxy. There's the dwarf. It's a dwarf star. The dwarf star. The tiny star. These are dwarf star. And ours is specifically a red dwarf. It would end up around here. It's a low luminosity tiny star. I don't think necessarily classified as dying, although it could be. But it's just a small low luminosity. But it might be small, but our planet is very close to it, meaning that it actually appears about 30 times larger in diameter in the sky compared to our sun on Earth. So it is a very small star, but it's going to look... We're not mining a star, this is the star system. So the star system is LHS 3844, which only has one planet. There's some this is not super accurate for the size, but this is essentially what we're looking at is small red star and a planet that is a bit larger than Earth, very close to the star, and it is very minerally rich. Actually, here's a relative size comparison here between our planet and Earth. And it is tidally locked with its star, meaning that one side of the planet, the same side, always faces the star. What part does the star play? The star is very close, so it has a lot of solar radiation because there's almost no atmosphere on LHS 3844b. So you will take a blade of damage when you are exposed to solar radiation, and then it will flare, and that will increase the amount of solar radiation that you're taking. And just because of how hot the planet is, it undergoes a lot of convection underneath its surface with lava. So that also is playing into the fact that there was a rock burst, and we need to be more careful on a planet like this, but we weren't because the company was being greedy and trying to reduce the cost of the facility to meet quotas, things like that. Yeah, it may not be as... There's no greenhouse effect on this. So it's not as hot as Venus where you have that greenhouse trapping. It's just hot because it is tidally locked and very, very close to the star. So it's just constant. One side of the planet, much like our moon, is just being bombarded. Well, our moon is tidally locked with us, but this planet is tidally locked with its star. A little bit different. A lawsuit? I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue your planet. Free up space on higher levels. Move it closer to thermal for heat and cryo for cooling. So they have their own way of generating hot and cold water. Way. We're not mining the star though. Can't really do that. But we can mine the planet that's close to the star. The only thing is it is very, very, very close to the star. It's not the most safe thing in the world. Okay, so we probably have to have a few things. We probably have to have pressurized... What would be in this? Now that we know where the oxygen and the hydrogen is coming from, what does this look like? We're gonna have to have a place to store the water. We're gonna have to have a place to store the oxygen and hydrogen. So we're gonna have to have pressurized containers, and meant for gases, and then one's meant for the water itself. The water heating or cooling does not happen here, so it's primarily whatever machine we put in there on top of the containers, the piping. That's what we're going to be platforming on. I think I wrote that somewhere here. Very simply. Now, we didn't really write up about the water synthesis part itself. Lots of pipes, water storage. We'll have like some rocks and debris. Punctured in. Do we need the facility to still be working? I don't think it matters to us in any capacity if water synthesis is operational. For lore reasons, we should state whether or not it is, though. You can have the oxygen in one spherical container, hydrogen in an adjacent, and a cylindrical dispenser coming from the middle with an inverse bell-shaped knob. Give me a picture of that. Give me a link if you have something in mind. I can throw it in our peer ref. No. But I can throw it in over here. Mud from debris and water, so this will be our first introduction to mud. When companies, they would want to force things to keep going and be fixed. Well, so that's part of the gameplay, is you can optionally repair certain parts of the facility. And if you do that, you get a different ending to the game where the facility is able to be restarted. Otherwise, they cut their losses, but you are kind of the savior of the facility at that point. Or you don't have to. But that ending is more just like flavor, it's not. Nothing on top of that. So if you don't care about the endings or doing any optional content, you can just skip that. It is what it is. Terminals and rooms, you know, it's like just a general facility. Let's see if we can find some images that could work here. Like I like the big room here. Is nice. That kind of gives the right vibes. That's just an amazing reference image. That's so incredible. This one's better for the cargo, you know, the cryo and cargo storage in the next level, not this level. I like the pipes up here, right? That looks cool. Izunachi, thanks for the follow. I like the verticality here with the pipes and the walkways. I think going for like a 2-story or a 3-story facility here is pretty expected, just because you would have large tanks and a large place for synthesis of this water, potentially even 2 or 3 separate machines. I definitely like the verticality to that as a reference. High ceilings. You know what would be kind of cool? Maybe this is a bad idea, but tell me what you guys think of this. What if, because they were all underground, for mental health reasons, they have video panels on the wall that can be set to different things like nature, space, whatever, so that the people working in the facility don't feel like they are just trapped with rock walls on all sides. I think from a lore perspective that makes sense and is pretty cool, but also from like a gameplay and immersion sense, it would mean that we would have some different visuals in levels, and since they are video panels, they would light up and provide some pretty cool lighting atmosphere to the levels. I don't know. I was looking at some of these reference images and I see, you know, it's like you have these cool windows, and it's like, you know, shit, we don't have windows because we're a underground facility. But they've solved that. For mental health, the facility installs large video panels in, let's just say, sections, hallways, etc. That, I mean, it's a little bit, I wouldn't say dystopian, but it makes sense, but it's also not imperfect in a way that makes sense from a human level, where it's like, this is not a replacement, but it's the best we can give you, you know? Apart from giving you hallucinogenic drugs, this is the best that we can give you. Etc. I'll understand what they mean. I mean, maybe they also play sound too. Oh, and they place benches so that you can sit around. Maybe with benches sound too, and with benches, people do relax. Benches or eating tables. Like, just little stuff like that. You know, it makes sense, and I think it adds a lot to the lore when you realize, even if you're just platforming and you miss it, but then you see somebody else go and pay attention to it, and they can be like, oh, I see why. Or, you know, you listen to an audio log and they mention that, you know, we need some other solution, maybe even like some medication solution, or we're running out of antidepressants because these video panels just aren't doing the trick. Seasonal, like areas that try to simulate outdoor areas. There would be one that would mimic an outdoor area. That would be, if we wanted to, we could put that in like the hydroponics habitat area, where people live when they're not working. I don't know. You have to go insane, go to the safe, soft room with fake nature. I think it'd be pretty cool to have like a dystopian thing there. You know, like some of these video panels will have like advertisements, right? And facility announcement. And one of them could show, you know, could have one of those things where it's like, are you feeling depressed? Head up to Habitat Nature area, currently hosting the Christmas. You know, they could have like seasonal themes to it. You know, it's like, I don't know, some like Fallout vault kind of thing, right? Like, to them it's super exciting, but to people who live, you know, out, you know, for us who live in a normal world, kind of, it would seem a little bit dystopian. Something that has some fake nature and TV nature so they can pretend to touch grass or play mini golf. Don't tempt me to add a mini golf fucking mini game just because we will have a mini golf area. Don't you dare do it. I swear to God, I will make it. Fuck, I love the idea. I love it. Just like even if it's like a few holes of mini golf, and you can go up there and you know it's like some. You would just like control the putter. It would be doable. Like it's not that challenging. It's just a ball, and you smack it in a direction with an impulse, play an animation. It would be really funny and very clippable for marketability. God, I fucking hate how good that is. Such a good idea. I hate you for having it. No, I really love it. I love it. It's so good. We'll add that. I mean, it's not going to be until like level 2, so ideally, you know, huff my copium and hopium a little bit, but at the time where we're actually developing this, the game will have been in early access and we'll have enough money to actually make something like that. The nice thing is, like, we don't need any localization for it. The sound effects are relatively simple. The physics are already there in the engine. It shouldn't be a challenge. Games are good for, I agree. I think it's fun, and it just plays into the immersion and believability of this facility that this is not their first mining facility. They have a blueprint for success that they make, and they apply that blueprint in kind of this corporate way, right? Cheap, simple, believable, understandable. This is a new facility. We build it like this. We've built it like this for the last 200 years. We're going to continue to build it like this. And they do care about mental health, but only to the point that it makes people not go insane and start turning this into like a prison facility, right? Which, speaking of, we probably should have a section of the facility for security. Books for decoration. Yeah, I think there should be like a, I don't know, like a leisure. Like in the habitat area, there should also be like leisure. And that could be connected with the indoor. Not really a terrarium, but you know what I mean. The nature-arium. And alcohol. If they got water, I can get some yeast. Grow some plants, make some homemade wine. The fake, yeah, there's also like, yeah, so there's like a real nature area, but also a fake nature area where it's just plastic plants and TV screens. Yeah, I like this idea. Terminals and rooms. They'd probably have like some rooms for like testing. testing the water, monitoring the water, like that. The lore streams, some of the lore, if I need to write the lore up, I think that's hard to do on stream, but if we're just thinking like high level lore bits, we can absolutely. They probably have two separate. Steam from geothermal. Maybe not like runoff steam, but excess steam from geothermal plant heats water. They have natural heating because they have fucking lava everywhere, right? You would find bodies and maybe some NPCs. I haven't thought about meeting alive NPCs yet, but you would find bodies. We'll see. Like anybody who's alive is probably evacuated sooner than you, because you are on the bottom of the facility when this hits, right? So you're kind of the last one out, and people probably think you're dead because, you know, they can kind of just look down into the pit and be like, yeah, I don't think anybody survived that, but you did. So you're kind of coming up behind everybody and meeting the dead bodies along the way, collecting the neuro tags of the dead people. But potentially we could meet people that are, you know, like trapped. Something, I don't know. One person playing mini golf. We need Roombas too. Little cleaning robots. Cryo pumped in from level 5 cools, so we probably need water storage, at least 2 tanks, 1 hot and 1 cold, and maybe like the water synthesis they all go into the same tanks, but I think we need probably 2 cold because we would use. No, because that would be the cryo liquid. The cryo liquid would go to the geothermal power and to the smeltery for cooling. They wouldn't use the cold water. I would think though that water treatment would be the ones to heat up and cool the water, because this is just synthesis, so it's not, well, if it's synthesis then it is already clean water. Water treatment would just be a way to deal with the water that they already had. But we assume that there is some loss of that. I don't think they would heat. It would make more sense for the cryo facility to cool the water as it's going up. And so basically they have cold water on demand and maybe hot water on demand. Water's it's complicated when you want to explain it in a believable way. Otherwise, it's just place some tanks down and the water gets pumped through the pipes. but I want it to be believable. That doesn't have to be realistic, but believable. Steam from geothermal heating the water makes sense. Very much so. And it helps cool the steam as well. So it's after the turbine, the excess steam goes to heat the water on demand, and then condenses as you know it cools and condenses, and filters back through the closed loop system, which they top up with newly synthesized water. I should write this. I gotta write this down. We do have an article for this, by the way. Or at least a place where we put this, which is... So we have information of the power, at least a little bit. And then we can put one in for specifically how they synthesize water, how they heat it up. Hey, Ascari, thanks for the resub.
Askari podkreślenie X podkreślenie just subscribed. Ja like Yaz.
Yaz. You like Yaz. How's it going, dude? Water synthesis produces completely clean water. Should we have a dihydrogen monoxide meme somewhere in the game too? Should we have like one of the audio logs mention dihydrogen monoxide? I don't think there would be any rocks with water trapped in them on this kind of planet. It would be too hot for it. This planet never had water, so they do have to synthesize water, but they can use the byproducts of foraging and then the oxygen from the plants as a way to get their hydrogen and oxygen. That's what we're gonna say. As it's, oh, we'll need pumps too, right? Because we have to pump it from here, so we'll need some pretty large pumps. So facility has cold water on demand. Like at a certain point, we have to break. We have to have a separate cold water and hot water pipe, right? We need someone to take care of the plants 24/7 for this planet. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There will be leaders of like the individual sections of the plant, and some of them will. Most of them will have proper names and lore. We already have a couple of those individuals made, because you'll probably find audio logs from some of them. Excess steam from the geothermal. Used to heat the pipes. Lukewarm water. Would the I mean, let's put it this way. Would the steam Okay, here's where what's in my mind, and maybe I'm worrying over nothing. But you have this lava, right? Why not just run pipes in this room somewhere to get the natural heat from lava? And like we can say they're tungsten pipes, right? Because we're gonna say that slag metallurgy has specialized in more modern ways to easily work with tungsten, which has a much higher melting point than lava, so it's one of the few things that can work this far down in the facility. Very dense, but ain't gonna be fucked with anything. So why would they not just have some pipes sitting up here capturing the ambient heat? Why would we use the excess steam? Is I guess my question. My only thought is that so I could say it this way: the steam makes it hot without making it too hot, because if it's the ambient temperature of this room, which is probably not great, and that's why you have the exosuits to protect you from that, then that would make sense. They both sound doable, but I think the tungsten would be very it would be very thermoconductive. And it would probably heat up the water to way too hot. To the point it would just become steam at that point. Like it would just heat it up way too hot that it would become steam. So it's a little bit too it's too hot. But the steam itself is already just, you know, vaporized water, right? So it is a lot cooler and heats up the water to a very proper temperature that's good enough for drinking, for bathing, you know, showering, things of that nature. As cool as the lava, you know, the ambient lava idea sounds, I think it would just probably be too hot and too dangerous. Lava does contain water vapor, apparently. Let's ignore that. Ignore that. Superheated steam? I mean, you wouldn't be able to get rid of the water permanently, right? Because you wouldn't be able to destroy the matter. But I'm wondering if trying to ambient heat water by pumping it through a essentially lava lake, through a room where a lava lake is, would end up making it too hot. Especially with something that is so thermoconductive that it needs to not melt under the high heat and stresses. I don't know. I'm leaning towards the steam option right now. I'm leaning towards the steam option where it's just steam and some pipes that are placed in there that it filters through until it heats up to a good... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is like, you would have, I don't know, like some hoods here, and they all connect up to a vent up here. So it's pulling the steam up. And we can have like a single pipe come down with the condensed, but then up here we can say this is where the, you know, we snake the water from water synthesis through. And then we pump it through, and then it's at a, like, I don't know, like what a water heater, the temperature is in a water heater. Like 50 Celsius. But we could say it gets to, like, I don't know. How hot is the steam from a electrical? It's typically super. But what about the excess, right? The ones that they pump out. Or they wouldn't pump it out at the superheated, right? Well, this would be the maximum. I'm describing how a heat pump works with water. There should be a point where water can't boil what will take in heat. I like that Neurosama emo, by the way. Heat pump. So what ours is going to do, we're going to use the natural, because, you know, this is creating heat, right? We're going to use the natural heat to heat up water, to run a steam generator, or to run multiple. We're going to use the steam itself to heat up another closed. I mean, we are basically doing a condenser. We're basically using a condenser by pumping in either cold or lukewarm water from water synthesis. Yeah, and okay, wait, warm moisture. Okay, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but what this is doing, I'm not a nuclear physicist or anything, but it's not outputting anything. This is just water vapor that's already in the air. This is basically just a giant radiator, right? So it's helping to radiate heat away, and then it's spraying water, losing some heat here too. Or maybe it is. Because this is a closed loop, right? So of course none of the radiation is seeping through this pipe. It's just the steam from this. And whatever cools and condenses falls into the water basin, and so this is what's lost. This is the water vapor that's lost in the transaction, and they have to pump in more to fill it up, right? Wouldn't the most optimal thing, if it could be done, is to properly cool the water completely down from here so that it could remain closed with very little top-up needed? Maybe I'm not understanding something. Probably a reason why they don't do it this way? There must be. Because I would think that if with long enough pipes, you could just pump it around underground and let it naturally cool down. I would think. But like you said, there must be a reason why they don't do it that way. In the main condenser, the wet water vapor turbine exhausts come into contact with thousands of tubes that have much colder water flowing through them on the other side. Which makes sense, because that's how you condense, right? You just cool it down. Using treated sewage, the water coming from the cooling body is either pumped back to the water source at a warmer temperature, or returns to a cooling tower. So basically but why aren't they naturally... Maybe it's cheaper, maybe it's just more optimal to... to cool it down faster this way? Or it is because it's a way to manage pressure. Because if it was completely closed loop and something went out of control, it could burst, which would be extremely dangerous. So in this way, they are accepting the loss of some steam in order to manage the pressure, so that if there is an event where pressure becomes too high or too low, they can alter that through those essentially valves, right? But in this case, it's like a steam valve and a water valve. And if you remove that and just try to condense all the steam, you're basically creating a pipe bomb. So maybe that's the reason. Is I'm thinking of it in a way of efficiency. They're thinking of it, thankfully, in a way of safety. If I had to guess. It's a large cross-flow shell and tube heat exchanger that takes wet vapor, a mixture of liquid water, and steam at saturation conditions from the turbine generator exhaust and condenses it back into subcooled liquid water so it can be pumped back to the reactor by the condensate and feed water pumps. This is basically what we would be doing. Lukewarm water in, hot steam, Or cold. We can even say, you know, cold water or so, whatever. Hot water out. Condensed steam. I don't know which one's which, but one of these is whichever. Back to the geothermal plants. I love that I have to learn about heat exchangers. For a fucking game. Give me a second, I go to the bathroom. BB. Google Trains. You know what's funny? I worked on a train game where I designed a steam locomotive system. And I did have to look at pictures of all the pipes from the explosion of a steam locomotive. Well, of the boiler. It's pretty wild. It's pretty scary too. Okay, 100%. I think this is not only believable, but it might even be used. Since a power plant produces energy and heat. And usually they have to get rid of excess heat. I think it is extremely probable that there might be some real life scenarios where they use a heat exchanger to heat water to consumer friendly temperatures. And that's what we're going to do. Excess steam from geothermal power is piped through a heat exchanger where it meets colder water from water synthesis pipes, heats up that water, and the steam condenses go back to the geothermal power plants. Yeah, like some might get lost. We should say very little water is lost, but water synthesis tops it back up. And it's probably a pretty similar thing to the cryo, because, you know, the cryo is liquid oxygen. So that will... We'd have to pump oxygen up to that too. Or actually that's... Yeah, that would be... The oxygen would also divert from hydroponics down to there too. This facility uses a lot of oxygen. I don't know what the efficiency is like with both of these creations for water synthesis and cryo liquid generation. But we can always stretch the truth a little bit and say that they're more advanced, efficient methods of water synthesis and cryo liquid oxygen creation, so they don't use as much oxygen as they might in our current world. What was I even looking this up for? Why did I do that? What's the purpose? Oh, it was to know what we would need in the water synthesis. I forget every fucking thing. Man, I forget everything. We wouldn't have tanks of hot and cold. We would only have tanks of lukewarm. We'll say 3 large tanks. Not water synthesis. Hydroponics probably uses a significant amount of it. Average daily consumption from individuals. You then have quite a bit getting used up by cryo. I'm sorry, not cryo, the smeltery. And I don't know if there's anything else significant that would be using it. Almost rooms testing, monitoring. Maintenance. I think I spelled that right, doesn't matter. Large pumps. Gas. Yep. And those would primarily be like buffer gas cylinders. Since the supply might not be consistent from the smeltery or from hydroponics, they might have, you know, a bit up, a bit down. So these would be gas containers, large, but act as buffers. It's important to specify because maybe we can put it into lore, right? Or we can write buffer cylinder. It's kind of right, but it's... expanded here. That looks good. That looks good to me as a plan. Sorry that took me a bit longer, but... what I do know too is that we would need to add in the, you know, like hoods and pipe that steam into the, well, we need like a turbine area too here. I'm wondering where that would be put. It'd be pretty big, right? How big are these things? They're pretty chunky. They're pretty chunky. I don't know if this is just one turbine or if it's multiple here, though. It might be multiple in like a bit of a line. Where's our human for scale? So this is our human for scale. I don't think that the facility needs to be exactly centered, but I think we should make multiple parts of it. The player can't get back here anyway, so, or at least, you know, onto here. But the steam would have to pipe through that, so I'm thinking instead of like putting the hoods here and pumping it up here, we first need to run it through the turbine, or the turbines. And then excess we can run up through the ceiling in some way. I'll just use very simple cylinders for right now. Obviously not how it would look, but Pretty big. I don't know if we want to connect it all the way around, but we'll make that decision later. I just kind of need to know how this looks. Maybe we can make this the turbine so that it's a little bit easier of a travel. Something like that. Okay, do that. Boink. And this can be the excess. We'll get that connected up to a proper vent when we do some level art. Would probably look more sophisticated than that in real life, if I had to guess. Just a little bit. But they aren't, you know, they aren't, we do need water pumped to them too, of course. But they aren't like nuclear, there's nothing else. They're really just heating up water, turning it to steam. We pump the water back. Everyone's happy. Kind of all this needs to look like. So we probably have a set of 2 pipes coming in here instead of just one, or at least 2. I'm happy with that for now. And we can make those like cargo and maintenance. Bit of some storage. We can always put that on some text. Well. That's not the right rotation. We'll hide this in game too, but make it visible in editor. Like storage and maintenance. It would be kind of cool if we pumped you know, why make 2 shafts when you can just deal with one, and we pump the water through here. Pipes we can worry about though, those are largely going to just be level art. There will be quite a lot of platforming pipes too, but at least they're not needed for that level. So we can worry about where we need to connect them. I'm thinking a bit later. Alright, storage maintenance. That is pretty big, but that's fine. Kind of intended to be. We need the main floor. We need to figure out how large the walls in here are supposed to be. I do wonder if it would be easier to use brushes. Or the blockout. I do have blockout assets here that might be easier for non-natural locations. Yeah, look, we have a door frame. I think that's the same size. We have a double. I think in some cases these are very much okay dimensions. But definitely not for like the cargo maintenance area. We're gonna want to do something a bit more custom in size. But for the rest of it, this is very much a workable usage. It's about 1 meter, 2.25 tall. We can do that. How tall? I mean, I don't know what the size of the average floor would be. I have 1,000. So 10 meters. High ceiling height. What about like a factory though? Factories. Five meters. Average of 32. Satisfactory. I can use satisfactory as my measurement. 40 meters will fit nuclear reactors. 12 meters. I don't know if we want to use satisfactory as our... Where's the mine? The level 6 one was being built. The level 5 one is more of an automated mining gallery. So they have automated away using humans in a lot of cases, but not every case. And so you'll get a lot of these large areas with automated lasers and collection systems. They're about 97% efficient. Seen a lot of just like massive differences. I'm just gonna eyeball it for now. Wouldn't the mine be level 1? No. No. Because you would drill down, but there's nothing really of value on the initial levels. Nothing, well, they're there for valuable materials, right? So you mostly have like a bunch of silicates. Cheap stuff that would be useful for making the facility itself, but nothing of value. They want to go down deeper to where the heaviest, rarest metals are. Well, it would be 1,000 up, but that's not including the diameter or thickness, let's say, of the floor. Probably is too thick for our use cases. Bottom is fine, but let's make this thinner. Yeah, it's fine. That'll matter a little bit due to the walkways we want to make. Pretty good. You should start at level 1, stick in the actual mine, and then work your way up to the ground level. Do you mean like from a gameplay perspective? Because you are starting at the bottom and working your way up. But level 1 is the top of the facility, level 6 is the bottom. I want to make these thinner. You're not working your way down, you're working your way up. You're just thinking of the numbers in the wrong way. It's not like a hotel where the higher you go, the higher the number. Because it's built underground, it's reversed in that way. So ground level is the ground, but then it goes like -1, you know, -6. But for ease of not having to put negatives everywhere, they just call it level 6, level 5. They absolute value the level. Man, we do need this to be pretty thick. I don't know if 3 floors is too many. Be a lot of cluttering and propping. Yeah, level 6 the building. But the first level of the... it is confusing. You're right, it is confusing. Where's the... Like this, think of this from like, this is the surface of the level, and then as you work your way down, the first level you start playing is the facility level 6. And then you move up to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This is your shaft. Okay, we'll make that the top. Probably. We're definitely gonna want some lights in here. Close enough. Close enough. God, I hate making interior stuff. Like, worry about stairs and all this stuff, and it'd just be easier if we had like modular buildings. Good news is I only have to make this water synthesis for prototyping, and then we can start to... It's a known, we know we need to do modularity, we don't have that yet. But we know we're gonna need it. Okay, that will be a lot larger. good enough to me. Alright, 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 alright. Do we do some easy emissive blocks as light? Or for now, do we just throw in some point light? Maybe some point light. For the sake of simplicity. This should be the main floor, so I imagine this would be pretty damn large. We can't get any other music, because that would get me copyright strikes and blocks on YouTube and shit. And on Twitch, potentially. It feels too small. Retry that. Retry that. No, I don't think we need to line every single wall with a room. I definitely don't think we need to do that. But we should probably determine the most fundamental locations of what we know that we need. We'll just keep it there. We're gonna do locations of things first, and then we'll be like, okay, so how do we want the player to, you know, what's the path that we want here? Do we want something broken, something destroyed? We want a blocked door, you know, ventilation shafts, little things like that. There won't be any, like, well, maybe probably not any, like, kill you sort of hazards here. I don't think every single location in the game needs to have that kind of specific point. Okay, we'll put that here. This is your new checkpoint. That's pretty good, actually. It's pretty centered already. I'm okay with that. And we'll quickly just make a new checkpoint for that. Duplicate, fix 3. Geothermal power. Water synthesis. Oh. Main room. Large gas containers. Cryo tanks and bullshit. Make these black. Go. Okay, human for scale. I don't really know what the capacity of the gas tanks would... You know, I don't know how fast the consumption rate of these gases are, but I do think that they should at least be a bit larger. Maybe it'd be smarter to place them on opposite sides. God forbid something happens to one, it doesn't happen to the other two. Better safe than sorry. Lots of pipe. I'm not going to set up the pipes yet. Realistically, I think we need to have a spline to get super crazy with the pipes. Only pipes that I'm going to place would be ones that we are actually platforming on. But we're going to worry about that in a sec. 3 large tanks for water storage. I mean, unless we want that to be in a separate room. And not as part of the main room. I wonder what the capacity of those would be. Why does it show multiple scales on those? Well, probably just because of float rounding errors. They'd be able to store about 4,050 cubic meters liquid. Is that a lot? Three to 5 cubic meters of water per month. Like 0.1 cubic meters per day. They should be fine, even if they have 1,000 people. Yeah, I think that's more than enough. That's more than enough. And it's some backup too, right? The tanks are cheap. These mine more space out. They could be fun to platform on. I think I'll put them in the... Oh, we don't... Realistically, they probably should be in a separate room. Over here. Doing their own water stuff. And for this, we can use those double doors. They look so small. Maybe we can put some windows in here too. Not the end of the world. I don't know if we want to make like a super simple glass material or just use something that's probably already in the engine. It does play a little bit into level design to have the glass. How bad is that for prototyping though? Could be worse. It could be worse. All the rest of our level is pretty chill, so using a little bit of glass up here is not going to be the end of the world. And there'd probably be some at a lower height. If we want to use those window frames that are part of here, we can. Hard to see how thick that is in comparison. I mean, they're pretty thin walls in the first place, aren't they? We can thicken them up. Mainly that should just help prevent the player from being able to get it in there. Alright, roughly center that. Take a couple of these. Just eyeball it. All right. Good enough. Get those looking decent enough. Okay, I was wondering if we want to do like one larger window too here in the top. Something for the executives to clap about, you know? Something fun to see from a little ways away. Alright, do that. Looks good. I feel like they would do more than just one entrance into there. I've never designed a factory before, but I'm thinking that they would have more than one entrance into that room. Let's save it for after feedback, though, because we still don't know what pathway the player's taken in this. Alright, we'll just connect up these two. Good to me. This is the roof, but I'm just gonna Leave it off. Give some light. But I imagine that there would be like some ventilation shafts here. There'd be some walkways.
Daddy.
Oh, go on, Dreadlocks. What up? I gotta set my alarm as well, because I'll Rex at some point today. Hold on. What time? It will be a little bit shorter of a stream. We're gonna mood board today. Oh, it's a false positive. Alright. It at least looks good from that perspective. That is our water storage. Of course, you probably have pipes coming in from the main room to that room. We would then have oxygen. I don't think it matters which one is which. It might when it comes time to do level art, because they might color code the pipes. What do these look like? What is the process of not water treatment, not using an actual water reducer synth? It wouldn't be like an electrolytic separator, would it? No, that would be fucking up the water. Ammonia. Pretty gnarly looking. You probably have a lot of scaffolding. Shoving them into the floor makes sense. I'll probably have to like make something up for, you know, a little bit. Throw some tanks and pipes around and do our best to that's what I imagine. And in the process, make an interesting level for platform.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Do it. Knew it. I mean, do we just throw some cubes down and call it a day with that? Say we're gonna put it somewhere here. Get a Raspberry Pi next week. You're excited for it? What are you gonna do with it? What you gonna do? Bust a nut for it. With this one. I mean, it's looking like some kind of factory. I don't really know what I'm doing with it, but looks like something. And I want this level to be one where if you fall, you lose progress within the level itself. But you know, there's not really any hazards here that are going to get you killed. So realistically, it should be fine. Worst case, it just takes you more time than you thought because you fall or something. We could always do intermediary level, like gamified checkpoints, right? Where you can, I don't know, lower an emergency stairs from the top, and then you can get back up pretty easily. Fall. I don't know. I think our game is casual to need that, but it's an option. I don't know if I'll take it or exercise the option. Embedded software for C, C++, setting up Linux. Have you thought about doing like a Pi hole as well? Yes, a butthole. Lots of pipes. We'll need like a testing and monitoring room and maintenance. We have the maintenance room. Testing and monitoring can be so. I think monitoring should, realistically, I would imagine that would be up high so they could like see things. And we can make a little bit of a puzzle here, right? We don't have to say that this facility needs to be restarted. Maybe it has. It's more crucial to get other systems online first, and then this is in relatively okay condition, somewhat. But we can always do puzzles with like, you need to open up this door, blah, blah, blah. But we will need a testing and monitoring room and probably a place where we can put some large pumps. What I'm thinking. But I do recommend a pie hole if you're looking for a cheap network-wide ad blocker. I was pretty surprised at how fast this was to set up as well. The easiest thing I've ever installed on Linux, I can say that. And that can allow you to block ads even on your phone connected to your Wi-Fi. Very, very nice to use. Your school supplied a Raspberry Pi 4 kit? Wait, for like free? Your school's giving you a Pi for free? Dude, ain't no way. Holy shit. It's amazing. Get another one. Like, actually for my development I would need 2 optimally. Totally not to run a Pi hole so I can block ads. It's really cool at home though to click on like a website to read like news and no ads pop up. Ooh. On your phone. I grab this. We'll copy it this way. Not sure this is for school, but it would be cool to make an entertainment system or yeah, just what like your custom like media server, right? I'm wondering if monitoring, because I imagine that this would probably be the exit around here somewhere, right? Where we would then connect into the emergency station elevator. Somewhere around here. I'm trying to think what the path would be for the player, you know, I'm trying to envision where these things should be located if we want to do some interesting stuff with them. I've got a rough idea. Got a very rough idea. No, I'll set this up first. We'll make this testing. This won't have a wall back here. Or a doorway, I should say. We just close that. We will want to put some stairs in here to go to the second level. I don't think we'll be able to get to the third level. Monitoring, I think, should be on the third level. That'll be our spline for pathway. What I'm thinking right now is something like this. Or if this is the testing, it would be interesting to do something here. Even if it's just like going through the windows and coming out, be able to jump over here. Yeah, I do like that idea. Ever messed with the Raspberry Pi kit? Yeah, I have 2 Raspberry Pis, an older one and a bit of a newer one. I really like them. Primary use case back in the day was to do stuff with like my Discord bot. I had a locally run Discord bot, bunch of custom features. Now the only thing I use it for, well, file servers too. I've done like file servers with them. Not so much anymore. Now I primarily just use it for Pi-hole. That below. Oh, because it is a little bit below. That's fine. Odd kits for Atari. I mean, yeah, you could do that. Why not? Doesn't have to be precise, just has to be okay. And I think that is okay. But a pie hole is my main use case. That I only have one of my pies online at the moment, and it's just to run pie hole at my home apartment. And my god, I've had so much trouble setting things up on Raspberry Pis before, and this was so easy. It was all done through the command line. Very, very fast to get set up. Didn't have to like install a whole bunch of other shit. Didn't have to tweak anything. It walked me through it. Such a nice experience. Hey, Acrylic Pixel, thanks for the raid.
Acrylic podkreślenie Pixel raided my stream with 7 viewers.
How you guys doing today? How's your Friday going? You had a good week? Working anything cool? Make some bugs? Fix some bugs? How's it going? Always making bugs, aren't we? Well, I should put windows in this building, shouldn't I? We're supposed to go through windows. Only level 2 windows. Probably more than just that one. But for a game design interview, it's gotta run. Oh shit, a game design interview. That's exciting. What kind of position? Unless you are literally about to run. What kind of game are you making? If you type in exclamation point game, you can get a little bit of a blurb about it. For anyone curious. Level 3 of this will not be accessible. Level 2 will be. We'll just throw some simple doors in. Windows, sorry. We'll say the rock burst caused some damage and like blew out one of the windows up here. I'm just under for Con Radical Games. Never seen that. What do they make? Oh, Switzerland studio. That's really cool. Well, hey, I hope you get it, man. Good luck on the interview. That's pretty exciting. Fuck yeah. Best of luck. Thanks for the raid. Fellow game designer. We get a lot of programmers in chat, but not a lot of other game designers. They're calling the planet Kua Kua. Call it Kuasant. Sounds like croissant, but in a French. Shut up. I don't know. Get your horrible ideas out of here. I didn't name the planet. Some scientist named the planet. Don't look at me. It is a real planet, yeah. It's a real planet in the Indus constellation. That lined up. Oh yeah, that's good. Good enough. We're just doing level block out, so it's gonna look really simple and basic right now. That's by design. Well, I don't think that fun and realism necessarily destroy each other. I don't think they consume each other. The game design. I think there might be some instances where you don't want realism because it could destroy fun, but I think there are also times where realism and ability play into the fun, especially depending on the genre of game you're making. Hey, Buster Judy, got you have half an hour space, so make a speed block out. I don't know if I'm not that speedy today with this. The facility stuff is a little bit harder to design than just, you know, place some brown walls and call it rocks. It will be a rage game, yeah. It's specifically a precision platformer, but you might consider it a rage game. But it will also be casual friendly with certain gameplay options for people that don't have as much time or don't want to lose that much progress. But it will also enable the hardcore, the speedrunner. Not co-op, just be single player. But maybe at some point. But there's not really any co-op elements to this. This will be more like, what did we say? Lore-driven? Not story-driven, but it is very, lore-rich. And the mini golf. You have a character? Do you have the main character? No, not yet. Not yet. I don't know if it'll be man or woman or age. We only know the special, the job that you were doing at the facility was a safety coordinator. Yes, like lore delivery. Yeah, there will be a lot of environment design and level design. There will also be some audio logs that you can find. So, the whole facility, it will be hard sci-fi. It should be believable, but stretch the, you know, stretch the fiction where we need to. It'll be realistic. It'll be realistic. I don't think the gender of the main character matters in this at all. It can be whatever you want. Twitter would love me. I think all the people that would love me would be probably on Blue Sky these days. I should have moved this back with it. We'll grab that too. The initial idea was to set this in the Kingdom of Erythia. This is true. We switched to that because of 3D artists preferring sci-fi and realism. We just had to take that. We have more resources available to us to make realistic. I will say. And it's not that I don't want to make a stylized game in Unreal, it's just for the scope that the game is artistically, it will be easier if we have access to certain things that are realistic that we don't have to make ourselves and focus on making the bespoke assets in it. The character has their exosuit, which you can obtain some abilities for, but it's very minor. The game is not long enough to be like some multi-dozen hour tool usage kind of experience. Good enough. I don't know which one of these will say that this one is destroyed. And there will be some walkway that the player can jump to over there. You're good at streaming? Well, thank you. Answering our question is still working. Do you read chat or use text to voice? I read chat. Using Forspoken's assets? Don't remind me of that game. Shut up. I just do that with my mind? When if I sketch something, if I have some time? What do you mean? Because usually, like, no. Rex and I are going to be working on the mood board today. I don't think we'll finish, but at least we'll have probably a good bit of it done. Let's say there's like an event in here that the player can get through. Character-wise? Go for it. I don't think we'll see the character's face at all, but if you want to mood board a like suit, that would be pretty helpful. So we know what we're looking at. Hard sci-fi suit. So this will be the path that I kind of want to make here, and we'll try to set up obstacles and things to climb over that follow this pathway. Make some vents, you know, we'll play it by ear. See what's what. We'll use we'll use base skeleton, and then it'll just be a suit. So it'll just be like we have with our blue man, Michelin man here, but imagine wearing. You don't ever see any of the features. You know, we need to keep the budget small because we don't have a budget. Our budget is non-existent. We can change it later though. You know, if we get some cash flow from early access, we'll change it later. Assisted robot help. I'll plan development time. I'd like to get to early access in Q2, Q3 of this year, but if we can't get there by Q4, then I'll try to push it to Q1 2027. Mainly because I don't want to release a game in Q4. At least not in December, but we could definitely do November if we need to. Budget's always yeah. We have no budget. We have no money. If we need it, look, if the game is like looking really good and there's a lot of positivity, really good backing on our page with wish lists, I would go for a loan. Q4 can be competitive, but also this year I want to avoid anything around Grand Theft Auto 6, and that's in Q3. Q4 is it November? It's November, so that's Q4. Anywhere a month after this, which is up to December, which means then you have Steam Winter Sale, so you're not going to get any visibility during that. And then you have the holidays. And, you know, we want people to play our game and have, like, you know, retain some time in it. So even if we release November 1st, I don't think that's enough time to build enough of a player base around that before everyone, including myself, starts playing GTA 6. We'll see. We'll see, but I'd rather move it to Q1 2027 than try to aim anywhere around Q4. Just tea. You do have tea, yeah. Tea and generic cola from Biedronka. I'm in Poland. I don't know what we'll do in this room. I don't want it to just be as simple as, hey, you jump over the water tanks. It's kind of meh. I think we can do something more interesting here. Maybe one of these can be a bit destroyed or crushed. So you have to like go around. Something like that. Love a construction worker with exosuit. I mean, if you look up like sci-fi suit, there's probably already some things that we could use or model off of. I don't think it should look alien. It should just look hard sci-fi. Something like that. If you throw together a mood board, Jesus, look at, holy Jesus. No face visible? Probably not any face visible, no, because there would be no oxygen on the planet. Or I don't want to model a face. I don't. Well, like I said, if once we get to early access, if we start having some money, we can always change that. But for the initial release, it'll be easier for us not to have a face. Ozempic. Or like soldier. Just start, look, post some, if you want to post some things in our Discord chat for Redlock, go ahead. And, you know, I can just like thumbs up, thumb down how we're feeling with it. Just hard sci-fi. So, but like believable sci-fi. Not alien. Think more like Star Citizen suits. Would be a good reference point for an existing game. But not any of the aliens. I think this we wanted to then work through the ventilation shafts here. Awesome. Thanks, Buster D. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Daddy. I think doubling back to here, but then having maybe like a, or even like storage maintenance. Would that be going through too many buildings? Maybe. Maybe. There would be some like pipes here, so we could like say that the player climbs up some pipes that are connected to this middle section. And then works their way over here to, this will be the monitoring station. And this will be high up, so this will be on the 3rd floor of the facility. We can say that there's like a walkway up there. So player can follow some pipes on the ceiling. Let's get that building made. Finish this first, though. Oh, really? I don't need to. Do you know how long it would take me just to like set up the bases in between this? It's 100%. Sorry. 100% unnecessary. Your just jumps normally or some special mechanics controls. There will be, so you do have a bit of air control. And there will also be 3 abilities. There will be a double jump that you can obtain, a control thrusters, which will give you more ability to have control in the air, and then there will be gliding thrusters. But they all use hydrogen as a resource, and so you will have hydrogen as a resource. You have to keep it topped up, and if you overuse it, then you'll be out of it. But the intended the level design will use those abilities in mind. Once you obtain them, they will be impossible to skip, but there might be a future game mode where you can choose not to have abilities, and then it will spawn different platforms in the sections where there would normally be platforms that are built with those abilities in mind. And if that confused you, I understand, because it kind of confused me too. Yes, there will be abilities. They use a resource. You have to manage the resource. Future gameplay option will allow you to play the game without any abilities. That's a better way to say it. Okay, this will be here. It could be thinner, maybe, and off to the side. It depends where the player enters. It all needs to connect up to this main shaft area, right? Which should realistically be larger than it is right now. But it will all connect up to here. I'm wondering if we do that here or... Yeah, we'll do it here. So this will be the entrance, so we can place this building kind of centered. Well, close enough for the level design. Nothing's going to be in here. This will be empty. And there will be a big... It's the monitoring station, so there should be a pretty large window up here. Person for scale. Grab the window. Would it look cool if it's one of those ones where you like can walk out a bit? Well, I guess that's something that doesn't really impact the level design in my mind. That's more something we can expand upon with a level art pack. Like, it is important to the level design, of course, because it is how we design the level, but it's not important to the route that the player platforms, so therefore I'm going to skip it for now. We can come back to that. But I think we can do something cooler than a basic window like this. No, I like the one window. think it's a pretty good size. Acceptable. I don't know how we're gonna get the player in there first. I'm thinking some walkways out here would be very fitting. Because, you know, that would play into the monitoring too, right? And maybe that's how the player gets in. But we just know that the player gets in here and they have to end up over here somewhere. So maybe there's a blocked main door that goes into the water synthesis plant, but there's a separate manager walkway up here that takes you to the control and monitoring. And that's what you use to get out into the main shaft. So basically the pathway is rock burst, almost kills you, and ruins the mining operation deeper into the mantle, and opens up a little bit of a cavern way here. Assuming none of the time skip methods, we travel this way. Here, through here. Big cavern area. You know, we need to make this look majestic and cool looking. That'll come with level art pass. General level design, jump down here. You got some basic timed platforms that break. These will mimic like the breakage of crystals, so they're like some very fragile crystals you can't stand on for too long. And reform somehow. Future problem to think about. First larger lava pool with some of the timed platforms that we just learned about. Well, some crawling areas. And that's like the introduction, 5 to 10 minutes depending on if you fail. Takes us up to the main second room, and this is a lot more complex and time consuming, also a lot more dangerous. We have a cool lava fall here where you platform on moving platforms that are going down the lava. Use your imagination for now. Good call on sticking with simple glass for now. Yeah, I don't want to get too... It's so tempting for me to just waste time on things that don't matter. And I have to just constantly tell myself, no, that doesn't matter right now. Get the gameplay. Think about the reasons later. If those platforms... You'll then be moving mostly... Ignore the mannequins too, I was using that for scale. You'll have some moving platforms here to get up to a pretty large vertical area. Up this clogged ventilation shaft. Out. Up this face. Into the upper areas here, where there's a fun, simpler, easier section. A little bit of an interlude. You'll jump back down into the main room. Do some vertical falling. moving platforms here. You'll have to watch their pattern. They do have patterns, so you can watch them, you can learn them, figure out when you need to jump. Platforms over here. A couple more moving. One little section here where you have to catch up to the moving platform. Out. There are multiple time skips here to help you save time if you're a speedrunner that are quite a bit more difficult too. There's one here. There's a time skip here. A very big time skip here. Very challenging. And if you fall, are you really skipping time if you fail? Not really. I don't think there's any time skips in the vent. There is a time skip here. You jump up here and you jump over to that. Small one. Time skip here, you could actually theoretically jump from this down onto one of the moving platforms. Good luck. And a final time skip here, but this one's pretty tough too. But it will save you like over a minute. You manage to boom, boom, and around the lava. Looks good already without the art pass. Lighting looks neat. Thank you. Yeah, it's all going to be using Lumen, and we'll make sure to optimize Lumen as much as we can. But we're using the latest version of Unreal, so they are improving that a lot more than the games you have out now using them. Not doing that 80% that doesn't matter right now, finishing the 20% that does the entire game. I agree with that. Yeah, and we're doing a lot better than I used to do with prototyping and blocking out. Dying in lava would be dramatic. It would not be good. It would not be great, would it? This time skip is crazy. This one here. It's pretty hard to do without falling. Like I just did there. Now, like I mentioned, if you want to play hardcore without checkpoints, you can, but the game is a bit longer, and it is built with checkpoints in mind, but you can turn them off if you want that hardcore experience. Good catch. This one can be a bit nasty. A bit butt clenchy here. That's a bait jump. You can't actually make that jump. You have to jump onto this and then this. Ooh. And then you can get back on the main path. It's fun. It's fun. It takes a long time to make, even like 5 minutes of gameplay, but shit. As long as it's fun, that's what matters, right? Add a Call of Duty hit sound every time you successfully grab and hoist yourself up. There's by the way, there's a really important gameplay element to this, is that there are optional objectives to repair certain facilities as you move up. That's what like the big green was, you might have been wondering. So this is the geothermal power plant, and it is currently offline because it went to emergency mode after the quake, and just for safety, and nobody was able to restart it because each 3 of these power plants that are still actually active and haven't fallen into the lava need to be restarted. If you don't do this, you don't have to do this because it will take more time, but if you don't do this, the rest of the facility is on emergency power, and so it's going to be a bit darker in a lot of areas. You're not going to have certain like video screens or announcements turned on, so you won't know when solar flares are coming. they will still come, of course. And if you do turn it on, then you have those facilities. So there's about 5 of these optional facility features that can be turned on in order to assist you with your journey upwards. But if you don't want to turn them on, or if you're speed running and turning it on would waste time, then you skip that, right? I'm not even joking, consider at least how much work-wise to implement. Yeah, dynamic environment with choices, which is pretty unique, I think, to this genre of games. But if you don't like that, if you're playing and turning those things on, if your speedrunning just doesn't seem like your cup of tea, or if the community decides that they don't want to do that, then you will have the ability to turn that failure to repair consequences off, and everything would be turned on like that. And then we have a specific speedrunning mode that sets up things in the way that they should be set up. So for the speedrunning community, there are those options to have different categories, and we want to enable easily creating those categories without additional work by the player base. If that makes sense. We like gameplay options, right? Who doesn't? We'll assume that this is like a staircase or something. I don't know. All we know, move the player in this direction. Get them onto the main pathway. This is the main path. What's my experience? I've been in the industry for a little over 10 years. I've worked on 4 commercially released titles, 3 multi-platform. I don't know if Forever Skies was multi-platform, actually. I think it was. It came out on consoles. Yeah, it did. So 3 multi-platform. This is my first time designing levels, though. I've never done level design. I'm primarily a systems designer. This is pretty fun. Okay, don't tell anyone, but it's actually really fun to make levels without having to make mechanics. I like making mechanics, don't get me wrong, but it's also fun to just throw some blocks in here and not have to care. Really nice. Maybe I should make I should at least make like a block out shaft with the right diameter. I don't know what diameter the main shaft would be, though. I haven't thought about it. It wouldn't be super big, but also it needs to be big enough that it enables platforming in the main shaft. Because the way that the facility is built, I'll draw on the background here. You guys can get up to date with what this looks like. You got your planetary surface up here, right? And then a big drill hole. This is Redlock. And more planetary surface. You're at the bottom. That's where you start the game, level 6. And you work your way up level 6. So in our case, it's like 3 smaller rooms. And then you platform your way through the main shaft over to level 5. Same kind of deal. We find a way to move the player up in a, lore believable fashion. So through the different facilities. And rinse and repeat level 4, level 3, level 2. Level 1 is very close to the surface. So as you move up, it is very dangerous in this main shaft because you deal with solar radiation, and if you fall, you don't just fall back to the bottom of the water synthesis plant, right? You could fall all the way down to the bottom of the game again, the ground zero. And the higher you up, the more risky that gets. and the more solar radiation you're exposed to, because, you know, more of the shaft is taken up by the solar radiation. It would be on about, actually it would be about this angle. So you're almost entirely exposed to solar radiation up on these higher levels. So that's the way that it's going to be built. And we're working on this section right now. And then level 5 would be after that with a connection in between. So there should be some space in this main shaft. I don't know how many meters, but I'm thinking like a cylinder diameter of like 200 meters maybe. But maybe that's a bit too much. Do you finalize on player controls before doing level design and platform game? Yes, and our player controls are pretty much finalized right now. The animations are not, and the character model isn't, but the controls are. And most of the platforming mechanics are finalized too, because we made those first. And you can just switch out the mesh or switch out the actor, customize how long it takes before these things fall or are destroyed. We need to make some additional ones, but most of the base ones are there. Maybe I should do it. Let's at least just get like a basic cylinder in. It's part of section 1. I'm gonna make that part of the base blockout level. And remove from there. Yeah, take care, Buster J. I'll take a look later. I have to call with Rex later to do the mood board on the main game. Because the sooner we get that done, the sooner he can start in the beautiful corner. And then the sooner we do that, the sooner we can start meshing all this out. I'm gonna fake a cylinder with cubes though, because it needs to be hollow, and I don't want to do a brush. I need a player for reference. Player for reference. I need to be able to see it. No. Set it to 100. That's a 100 meter diameter. They're 50 meter radius. That's pretty big. That's quite a lot. Let's try it at 100 and see what it looks like. I don't know what size the sides should be. I'm just gonna eyeball it for now. And then we'll do like 1/2 and then we'll just copy it over. Simple. Or we could do 1/4 and then copy it 4 times and rotate it. That might be even easier. And that'll be... I would make it a hexagon. I'll try to make it an octagon. think it would end up being about there. Then we just shaft all the way up. We'll move it if we need to. If it's an octagon, what angles are they at? The 30 degrees. I think. Don't quote me. Obviously wouldn't be that long. One thing at a time. Okay, make them smaller. Let's go with... try 25. Is top and wireframe awkward? Find it. I know there wasn't brown over the top of the shaft. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, I think those are fine. We just need to make these a bit longer. By 30. It doesn't need to be perfect. I do just need the corners to intersect so there's no light bleeding. That looks good. Technically speaking, these need to be two... These need to be big. Editor does have a snapping tool. Let's try from the side. Look how big it is. I can't even see that. Oh, that makes for a pretty sick map, though, if I had to say so myself. A map of the facility. That's level 5 or level 6. This probably could be brought down too, because we only need the player to be at the 1.75 kilometer mark for level 5. So, you know, the player would have to, or could, maneuver up a bit to that, which I think would look better. So this, we could always just move everything here down about here. Will the player reach surface? They would reach the surface, or at least near to the surface. It depends how we want to end the game with. There needs to be some endpoint. I don't know if it's some ship, if it is just to get to the, you know, to the, what's the room? Like the administration room, and we play like a cutscene or whatever. All we know is player needs to get like up to here somewhere. Can I move this down? Oh no, wrong button. Could grab the ball here, but I think it's just too far away. It's fine. Good enough. I'm not that far off anyway, and I'm certainly not far enough off for it to be a problem at this stage. Why can't I rotate it here? It won't let me rotate and duplicate. That's so weird. Is it just because it's so tall? Weird. I mean, technically, I guess I could. I don't know if that worked. I don't think it rotated around the right point. But I can always move that back into position. It's very awkward. Somewhere here-ish is where it needs to be. Yeah, I honestly think it might just be easier to. If I copied these, I can always delete the duplicates, but at least then it would put the root in the center. So I can just do that. We ended up with duplicate that. Dupe, dupe. Should be good. Okay, we can move the whole thing out a bit and just make this entranceway into the first section longer. Yes, yeah. So there will be a lot of the sun lighting that will be removed. There will be sun lighting in the central shaft, since it is a tidally locked planet, and this is built on the substellar portion of the planet. The sun will leak into here. I want it at an angle though. And the sun in the sky, number one, there won't be any atmosphere, so I can mimic kind of what it would look like. To a certain extent, right? It would be about this big in the sky and putting off a very harsh red light. And then that would be bleeding into, not this much of course, but yeah, it's gonna look pretty nasty. We're gonna make this an optional filter though, since the Redlock exosuits have been built with a corrective tint in their visors, so you can switch that off to be normal colored. I don't know if it distorts the level design too much. It will distort level art, but level design and level art are two different aspects to it. Flashbang. Once we get to the point where we're starting to build in the main shaft, where the sunlight will, because the sunlight won't be hitting anywhere else but the main shaft, right? So that won't matter here. Once we start building the main shaft though, we're going to switch from ultra dynamic sky and weather to a different solution, utilizing, there's no atmosphere, right? You're very close to the star, so realistically you'd be able to see the star pretty damn well. And we're gonna make a star that looks about like this and puts off that light through a simple directional light. And it will be like churning, so you'll be able to see the visual effects of the material moving and blurring out when we want that. It should look pretty cool. But we'll have a corrective tint control that you can press to switch between like normal light versus a
Mr.
corrective light.
President, wake up.
Thanks, Joe. Right back at you, buddy. We'll group this for now, and then I'll just move it over to... Oh no, that's fine. Oh, right there's kind of perfect. Do Twitch bits do something? What do you mean, do they do something? Bits are the paid version. The channel points are the ones that you get for free. Just by existing. Yeah, we'll expand this shaft into here. I want to move this back. Other than that, we'll keep it right where it is. They fund Jeff Bezos rocket fuel fund. Twitch bits are like, they're just like a premium currency for Twitch, and I think they are a 50-50 split. So if you buy $10 of bits, $5 goes to Twitch, and then the bits that you would give to the creator, they earn the other half of that. I'm pretty sure it is a 50-50 no, that doesn't sound right. Let me look it up. It's 50-50 for affiliates, 70-30 for a partner. Yeah. 70% going to the creator in that case. Yeah, we'll put it there. Activated. We'll activate that. We'll just need to make sure that the light looks good on something that big. That's going to be a technical challenge. Right now there's a lot of lumen noise. But like, you're gonna start the game, you're gonna wake up and see that, and that's gonna be that's your goal. You got 2.5 kilometers of broken, barely functioning facility. You gotta climb your way through these caverns first to get your way up. Enormous white shaft, yeah. Only that were the same in real life. You have to pay your tax, yeah. If you ever donate to a streamer, if they have like a direct donation link through PayPal or Stream Elements or something, that's the best way to support them. We don't run any ads, so you shouldn't have to sub to me, but you can if you want to avoid pre-rolls. If I could turn those off, I would, but I can't. If we want to avoid having to make holes in this for the moment, I could just set this all to be to not have collision with the player. We don't need the player to have collision with this at the moment. How you doing, Kent? How's your game going? Okay, we'll move that in. Let's see where that connects up. That's almost centered. You're growing organically. What's your monetization for that? I think you mentioned it once, but I forgot.
Mr. President, wake up.
Oh, you're still building first? I see, you're gonna rope him in, huh? Rope them in with the game, then add the micros later. I see how it is. Would it be better just to copy the other wall? This one or something? Let me know it's the right height. So assumedly where you see the red going through the wall, there's like a ventilation shaft or something there that we're meant to be jumping through. We'll make that as we go. Today, I don't think I'll have enough time to start actually building out the platforms in this area, but I'd like to just get the building made. Throw some work lights in. And then we can jump into that directly on Monday. Gotta rope the game full of youngsters, then they've grown into the game, take all their coins the parents might have. Well, at least for a game like Kent's, you know, he's gotta make money somehow. We won't do any micros at Microraptor. But like, how else are you gonna make money with a free-to-play game? Not working streaming on weekend? No, I take breaks. I mean, I might do some work on the weekend, but it won't be like streaming work. But I try to take my weekends for mental health and just better not to burn myself out, right? If I burn myself out and I don't like working on the game, then what's the point? Crunching is for loot. And I am a loser, but not that much. When I was younger into my career, I used to crunch. I would do 12 to 16 hour days, 7 days a week. I don't like that. It's a waste. You need some free time too, you know? It's like, what's the point of being a game dev, or specifically a game designer, and not having enough time to play games? Or watch some movies, you know? I'm married now too, so... I can't be going hardcore with it. We want quality. Yeah, visiting locations, spying people in diners. No, all those things are very important to game design. All of them. You never know where you're gonna get inspiration from. And if you're just like holed up and working, it's so easy to get burnt out, but also get like tunnel vision. You're not really exposing yourself to anything new. You need 8 hours of sleep faster. No burning. I'll tell you, I've worked at some places where we've had to crunch before. And I know plenty of developers who, in 4 hours of work, can get way more consistently done at a better quality than those people who crunch for themselves for 8, 12 hours. At some point, especially if you're in like a creative job, I know coding is not necessarily the most creative compared to art or design. Not to say it's not important, of course. But if you're in like a creative job, there's proven evidence that being physically and mentally weakened hurts your ability to be creative and to be accurate. And if you're making mistakes, then you're not helping anybody, because that debt's gonna have to be paid back. Every bug, every ticket on Jira, U-Track, whatever you use, that's all debt. All debt. Good planning and carefully managed tasks are the best way to ensure that you're getting the right task. It's sunken in a bit, but I don't care for now. Leave it sinking in. Much research on the benefits of having shorter work days. Only the first 3 to 5 hours are usually productive. Yeah. Yeah, for a lot of people, you're looking at, you know, if you come in for an 8-hour day, that doesn't mean that you're doing productive work for 8 hours. We boot tool those windows? We're gonna do something. I think more than anything, we'll make modular facility pieces. But for right now, it's just plop them in and forget. I should move that closer. Whatever. Not important. Being a little bit off in the level design, that can be an issue. Yeah, wasting your younger years too is, I can tell you from experience, it was not worth it. You think you won't have time to catch up, you will. And I got my career start pretty late. I dropped out of high school. College. It'll be fun. 2 work days with 6 hours sleep. Shut up. Spreading your corpo propaganda. Is siesta still a thing in some countries? Yes. Yeah, siesta is still very much a thing. For better or worse. Okay, this will be broken, but there will still be like some pieces, so we'll just... The player has to fit through. Oh yeah, I think the player has enough space. Oh yeah. We're totally okay. It's kind of cool sunken in. make those equal. That's fun.
Daddy.
Hey, Rex. You ready for a call in like 15 minutes? +15 like some change because I'll have to get my video uploading in. Yeah, 2 p.m. work? Well, 15 minutes from now. Wait, we're in the same time zone, aren't we? You're just north. I think people in Japan work most among developed countries, but they also have the smallest GDP per hour among developed countries. RIP. I thought that Microsoft in Japan moved to 4-day work weeks. I don't know if they're still doing that though. But yeah, the work culture in Japan is absolutely. I'm barely awake. Is that okay though, or do we want to do it a little bit later? I can't do super late today. But ideally, I'm gonna end the stream in like 15 minutes, and so we can call then, or just like wait in 15 minutes for some. Food or whatever you need. We could do what we did in this other region too, and move the player through the ceiling a little bit, but should work. Okay. Once I finish the stream, I'll then send you a message when I'm ready, and like no pressure. But also, you're fired from your job that you make no money in if you don't show up. Oops! Don't delete the. Okay, good news is no light leaking. I can see. And we could either get some emissive work lights in here. That might be a good start. I can't afford to live anymore. No, I'm really excited to start working on the beautiful corner for this. Our last game was released last year, September, so it's been a little bit of a up and down figuring out what we're doing next. But yeah, that's the corpo lighting that you expected. Just burn your retinas with the whitest, fluorescent, most horrendous looking light ever, blasting your eye holes. Come make me finish a little core. It will kind of look like that. I can show you kind of an example of how big beautiful corners usually are. Using one of our previous prototypes. Nobody play the sound alert for Golden Chronicles.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
There we go. So it's about this big. And what you would populate it with are, meshes and assets, visual effects, everything that would resemble the different biomes and art styles that you're looking to achieve. A little bit of everything, right? Just a little bit of everything so that you can say, okay, it's gonna
You
look like
can't
this.
spell Microraptor games without
Wrong.
gay. And boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Thank you for that. It's very small and easy to mess around with. So we made this for our seasons. Been a while. No, we're not on CC. The perfect time to come back though, because it looks like we're working on Golden Chronicles, but we're not. I'm just showing off the size of a beautiful corner.
FBI, open up!
Uh-oh. They found the hard drives. A big team, are we? 3? I don't know how to answer that. The answer is kind of technically 3. How much time each of us has to spend on our projects though is different at the moment. Once we can start paying people though, will hopefully change. I don't want these to be too seriously placed. We're gonna place more proper lighting around. But I do want these to work as suboptimal work lights at the moment. Just enough to light the place up and let us work in here on Monday. To be fair, they don't look that bad though. Maybe have some of them flickering or something, but we do definitely need more lights because right now we still have a bit of lumen noise going on. But once we start adding in some additional lights, that noise will start to go away. Flashbang. Good enough, close enough. Guys, consider jumping on Friend Slap or Incremental Train? No, I mean, I don't mind playing incremental games, but I don't really have a desire to work on one at the moment. Co-op, maybe something in the future, but we're not really going to jump on any trends. If anything, I'd really like to work on some immersive sims. Something like Prey, System Shock, Dishonored. But we're not really sticking to one genre at the moment. Trends come and go, and eventually those kinds of games won't be as popular, or it will be way too competitive to compete with them. And you're relying on some level of viral success in order to succeed in those kinds of fields. Very risky. Yeah, we'll need better lighting. Not bad for now, but it's very noisy. Put them in here too. Technically, our company is USA based. I am from the USA, but I'm living in Poland. And it is very nice here. It's true, sadly true. I am double taxed. I don't make any money right now, so thankfully I'm not taxed anything. I don't think I'll have to be double taxed in the US. I think that an accountant could find a way, because if the company's US based and all the money goes through the US accounts and doesn't ever touch Polish accounts, then I shouldn't have to declare some of those taxes. Type in exclamation point game. No, I was born in the US. I was born in Wisconsin. I've been here for about 8 years. Oh, oops. That could be a bit higher. Not important, though. The good news is we have, like, the basic structure of this level looking pretty damn great. Fortunately, I just placed all these lights and I didn't put them in the right section. Wow. Oh, never mind, I did. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Oh, thank God. Yeah, it's right next to Lake Michigan. It's on the left side of Lake Michigan. Michigan is on the right side of Lake Michigan. Like the one that looks like a hanging sack down. The state north of Illinois, which is where Chicago is. Didn't tell you much about the game? Yeah, it does. What do you mean it doesn't tell you much about the game? You liar. You say we'll take your tax in any place of the world? It's true. Hopefully we can minimize taxes though, because we can do a lot of deductions based on employee expenses. But eventually we're gonna have to pay the piper. This looks good though. Did we get everything here into the right section? I think. No. All the walls. Okay, let me fix that. For some reason they are in 2. Should not be in 2, they should be in 3. I didn't just delete them, did I? Oh no, they're fine. They're fine. Got a 4K monitor? Oh. Well, now with new DLSS stuff, it should be even nicer. Marilu23, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Friday. Friday. Sorry. Didn't mean to jump scare you there. Remove those. Move. Move. I think that is everything that's part of that third section. We don't have any of the platforming set in this area set up, but we do have the basics. We know where we need to go, we know where we want to go. I think it looks good. I just missed that jump. Polish banks and companies okay to work with you since you are a US taxpayer? They should be, like, because I'm also a Polish taxpayer technically. It depends, am I wiring anything through myself or through my company? If it's through my company's entirely US based. I missed the jump again. It's already ruined. Well, see, Grunheimer? Plans for games mean nothing if you don't make them. The fact that I'm American does matter. It just depends which taxpayer ID I go through. But for game dev, I prefer to go through my US company because the taxes are lower than in Poland. And the tax brackets with the currency exchange are better for me. The ledge grabbing and mantling are all based on my own code, but the animations are from the ALS pack. Bring inspections from USA. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know. Like Mirror's Edge. Yeah, there's a lot of parkour games coming out these days, and we wanted to avoid going down that route. I'm kind of sick of seeing games with all these weird custom movement mechanics. Too many of them. No multiplayer. All single player. I'll go for the time skip. Please don't fall. Oh, okay. Thank God. No, we don't want to add multiplayer. I don't think the multiplayer fits the design of this game whatsoever. Very overrated, if you ask me. But that's just my personal opinion. We need to add a proper elevator, but this is a temporary solution. Good enough for prototype. Think game will do good on market? Yeah, I would say maybe my initial estimations would be 100 to 200,000 copies lifetime. I'd like to get more than that, but I think 100 to 200,000 would be pretty safe. We have some pretty nice unique selling points that this genre hasn't really seen before. It'll look realistic. And we'll support the game if we have the money to do so. I think we will. Checkpoint unlocked. That means I can die. Whee! 100k first year, yeah, 100k first year could be nice. It's going to early access, so, you know, we're going to get some initial purchases, but then there will be a lot more that purchase it on full release. We need enough to sustain the development during early access. That's the most crucial part. And it might at some point take it to Kickstarter, but it'll be later.
True Nightmare Gaming just subscribed. I am actively broke this month. Hope this helps.
You don't have to spend money on me if you're broke, but I do appreciate it. It is your Prime sub, there, so. We'll go to Steam Next Fest as well, but only with a good demo, because you can only do that once. We want to make sure we go with our best foot forward. Those mannequins were just for scaling. Christmas rated? Yeah. We'll need some camera tweaks. We'll do that before vertical. Something closer over the shoulder in tight confined spaces. Oh my god, I just missed. I totally jumped way too soon. Okay, I'm gonna do a time skip that this shouldn't exist here, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna cheat. Playtest will start next week. Actually, you'll be able to download a build of this, which is, of course, not even our first milestone done pre-production, but it is fully testable, and we can start to get some feedback on how the character moves, whether the levels are fun. Not much else, of course. We can't really test any art style, but we mainly just want to see is this fun to jump around in? If you're a fan of precision platformers, do you like it? Player could move their camera closer. I don't see why not. We could have some options to switch. Technically, I think right now we do support switching between. I don't know how. But something closer to over the shoulder. On a flying airship. That might be a little tough with a level that's 2.5 kilometers underground. Alright, should we do the time skip here? This one will be pretty challenging. I'm going for it. That was close. I almost fell. That was no bueno. He did start a hype train. Maybe we can beat the uh-oh. The record set by Vettel and Neurosama. But probably not. I don't think I bring that much value to Twitch. Do we go for the super difficult time skip up in the vents, or do we just jump up the vents? I'm gonna just jump up the vents. I don't want to slip. I missed. Oh yeah, there's a second option here. I forgot. Only 500,000 more to go. I think it was like 230. It's an absolute absurd amount of money from Neurosama, but he deserves it. He's been doing some incredible stuff with Neurosama. Yeah, take care. Have a fun lurk. I'm actually getting off anyway soon because I'm doing some mood board with Rex. But I figured I'd do a little testing first. Oh shit. Let's go over here. Wait for that to come back. We didn't make the optional section yet either. We have to do that next. But I think I'll get the core platforming done first, and then we can build the geothermal generators. They will need some custom scripting. There's no intermediate checkpoint on this level. If I fall here, it's back to the start of this area. And we're halfway through? Yeah, take care, Ibex. I mean, hope to see you Monday. But if not, have a nice time, have a nice weekend. We'll post an announcement at our Discord for when we have a build downloadable for this. And it'll be everything you see here. Very basic, but enough to play test. And it should run on potatoes. It's not a very intensive game at the moment.
Wrong.
And thank you for the follow too. Nice meeting you.
Daddy.
Way too much power you guys have. Oh shit. I think that's a sprint jump. Wait. There we go. That was close. Oh shit. Okay. I'll show you guys where my wife got last night when she was playing. I asked her to test it just to see. She hates platformers. She's horrible at them. I don't think you'll guess where she got to. After 8 minutes. I'm a bitch. You gonna be a Fodian, or what's the idea? What's a Fodian? Oh. now? Where did this term originate from? I've never heard this term. Quap and getting over it. Wait, the guy who made Getting Over It made Quap? I will say not clunky controls, not frustrating mechanics. That was core to our pillars of the game, was to not make a frustrating game that is born out of frustrating controls. Yes to precise jumping, yes to potential significant progress loss if you want, but there are options to make it easier. Yes, it'll be rage content, but not because the game itself is frustrating to control. Because I don't really like those kinds of games. But thank you for explaining that and teaching me what that term means. I've made a bit more of an arcadey controlling CMC. You have some air control. You don't have like GTA Red Dead style movements where you press forward and the character takes a step forward, but then, you know, you can see how if I micro bump W, that's not like my character is acting a bit drunk, right? There won't be any ragdolling. I didn't think I was gonna make that jump. I was like, uh-oh. We're almost to the end of this area though, so I don't want to choke now. Ooh, alright. Gotta wait for these to respawn. No? All platforms are pattern based too. So there's no reason for people to not watch patterns. And it is speedrunner friendly in that way. Solar flares 2 will also be at specific intervals, but you can turn on randomized flares if you want a bit of randomness. Again, that's to help speedrunners. Ooh, all right. Oh. It's not easy. It's right at the difficulty that I enjoy, where it's doable. It's not crazy hardcore yet. But there's still areas that you can fuck up. And if you're trying to optimize for time, you have a lot of options available to you. We're not going to go for the time skip here, though. It's way too risky to do this time skip. It turned. It's okay, we were almost done anyway. Dude, we were so close. It was right there. Hey, that's the genre. That's the genre. And then you would have to check. So we'd get up here. I can skip to the. I'll just skip to it. Why not? Just so you guys can see the whole experience. You have a gimmick in mind? Yes. The gimmick is make the game fun and enjoyable and have interesting story and lore. That this doesn't feel like asset slop like the rest of the games in this genre. Not all of them. Some of them. The gimmick is the game is fun and respects your time. Be careful on that one. But it's very lore driven. You're not just like climbing up levels that have no meaning. And you have a lot of optional objectives and choices. Didn't I say yesterday that it would be really funny when some content creator is like, oh my god, I finished this level, we're out of here, and just falls right at the end? Son of a bitch. We'll make a clip montage when the game releases of people that fall through that. There will be some abilities that you get too, for like double jump, thrusters. Solar radiation is, I guess you could consider, one of our mechanics. So you will take a blade of damage whenever you're standing in sunlight, direct sunlight. And the optional objectives can change the way that the game plays pretty heavily too. Some of them might be skippable for time saves, but I would imagine most casuals will want to do them just for the sake that they're fun and interesting, but also will make the levels easier. Hallucinogenic gases will be pretty cool too. So you will hallucinate platforms that don't exist. If you jump on them, you'll fall through. Miyazaki elevator right here. We can probably make this one shorter. There. Or speed it up. One or the other. Uh-oh, elevator broke down. We'll make this section a bit interesting too. A little unexpected elevator climb that you could fall down. Wouldn't recommend doing that, but not always the player's choice, is it? We need to get above the door. You didn't see that. Yeah, so we're gonna say like this elevator can't get all the way up. I don't know, something is blocking the counterweight or whatever we want to do. We'll place like some rocks that sheared in, or some damaged shaft pieces. Though in all intents and purposes, a life-threatening section of the, and same with the next section. So the player can't kill themselves in the water synthesis area. It'll just be a platforming area. Yeah, there is some mid-air control. It's hard to show. And there will be more of it through one of your exosuit abilities, the hydrogen. We'll get this part set up. So some areas might be like, hey, this is a very life-threatening area. If you fall here, you're gonna get sent back to the checkpoint. Other areas like the water synthesis area are just, you fell from up here, you are now here. Redo what you lost. Things like that. Some areas will be a bit more puzzly in nature. Others are more vertical or more horizontal. Some are meant to be in the darkness, so your challenge is being able to see. Things like that. We can play with the mechanics based on the lore of the facility and level. But that's level 6 so far. And this will be the last bit of level 6. For the whole game, or for this whole section taking, ideally we're aiming for about 30 to 60 minutes of gameplay, depending on ability to try and fail and try again. Not necessarily including optional content, but that'll be pretty good. We have to add heat, haze, and smoke too to that. That's one thing that we haven't added yet, but that'll be in first playable too, so that'll be the next milestone. Will include hazards, as well as resources, and our first basic ability. How you doing, Sonorous? Just because you joined, I actually have to leave. But no, I actually do have to leave right now, unfortunately, so I apologize. But I'm going to go do mood boarding with Rex for our game. And the sooner we can get that done, the sooner he can work on the beautiful corner. And we can show you guys what the intended art style is going to be. As I mentioned previously, game lore documentation is going to be continued sometimes off stream because it's just easier for me to focus and not have to entertain at the same time. We have a couple, design docs to do. Primarily world partition data layers. We don't yet know the exact pipeline we need for that, but we need to know that as soon as possible. Blockout, you guys will be able to play next week. So whenever we finish getting the basic experience in there, I'm going to give you guys the blockout for you to play around with. Hotspur's going to work on common UI menu system, but he's pretty busy right now. Saving and loading needs design, and we're working on the commission for the logo in the background. No, we're gonna stream this game's development. No. It's just the lore. Some of the lore is easier for me to write off stream, but everything else we're doing on stream. That's the plan. So guys, I will see you Monday. Thank you. Sorry I have to go, but I promised Rex I would like call like 30 minutes ago, so we're gonna go do that now. Peace. See you Monday. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for the raids today. Shout out to our raiders, Tizadar and Acrylic Pixel. Anybody who's still from there, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you aren't following us, give us a follow. You can see all of our past. You can see all of our past streams on our YouTube. Type in !YouTube or look up Micro Rapper Games there. We have a Discord where we will be sharing. That's such a mouthful. The build of this, and you can also talk to us and share your games or your work as well. So guys, peace. See you Monday. Bye bye.